give me a second to water these cats. Yeah, you can hear. Yeah, no idea what I wanted to stream today, so when in doubt, BDL3. Also, warning in advance, if I get up without a word and run away, try not to shit fest. Not everyone else with stomach issues. How's everybody doing? Good to see all of you. Let me take a sip of my coffee so I can pretend to be awake. There's me. Hello. Ugh. I've been running around this morning. How we doing, Priz? New. Mr. David Bowling, J-Bridge, super. Figured I'd probably do some time trials stuff today. Maybe I need to do a warm-up game. I can remember how to do the thing. But yeah, just discussing time trials, and there's still like a minute, if not more, of time save on the Amara TGTD record. I'm pretty sure the only reason it still stands is because Super hasn't felt like doing it. So I may as well take another stab at it and at least talk about where the time save is.
Enter the breach, Vault Hunter, and destroy that Guardian.
How we doing, Urban Mac? Going fast day? Yeah, maybe going fast day. Let me turn down my game sound a little bit. Dialogue goes off. That skips stuff. Yeah, that's better. I'm here for slow, methodical gameplay, Quagleaf. It's funny, you get both around here. Is the minute of time save really luck-based? It is. It is. That's the thing. It requires getting certain spawn patterns in certain rooms. Like, it would require getting the good room 1 RNG, and then getting the good room 2 RNG, as in 0 diadem spawns. Because that is like plus or minus 5 seconds. And then you would need the good spawn pattern for the ads during the Scourge fight. And also, the biggest thing between all that would be making 0 mistakes anywhere else. Because this is one of those setups where, like, tiny mistakes cost you a lot of time on Anathema, cost you a lot of time on Scourge, cost you a lot of time on particularly the second set of crystals. So it's like, one minor error, okay, minus 5 seconds. Another minor error, minus another 5. You haven't recovered from that first one, minus another 10. On top of the minus 5 individually. It's beginning to sound like Digistruck peak speedrunning. Hey, there's a lot of common ground between peak and takedowns, so that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, and then there's also avoiding freak accidents, like, because this is a build where you damage yourself, you need to apply dots. Well, you see, that was good RNG. I got my radiation dot on the first reload. Like, that's not always the case. There's a couple sections of the game where I need to get a dot on myself within, like, a 3 to 4 second window, and I only have so many attempts to make that happen. Having that dot versus not is the difference between having however much movement speed that is, or not. Like I said, brain not on yet. I'm not doing math. Just don't make mistakes then. Easy. I don't see why people say speedruns are difficult. Insert Sonic pasta here. I do Loki Legend. Hey McBain, good to see you. Okay, so I'm not gonna put a timer up right now. We're just gonna practice on this one. But light sensitivity warning, I suppose. I should get one of those. I guess another reason why people haven't pushed this category that far is because I'm an asshole and decided to make the Amara Time Trials meta Pestilence. That's my bad. This was not the ideal spawn pattern. Would have preferred the other pattern. This is not the room where I need to practice, though. Hey, Pericles, first run? Yeah, this is the warm-up. I don't have a timer on or anything. Just reacquainting myself, because I haven't played the game in a couple months at this point. So this is the first run of the first session in, like, 2 months. The last time I played was when I did that stream giving away the Pandora's Box codes. So whenever that was. Okay, that was actually near perfect RNG. It's just this is why we practice, because I played horribly. That was near perfect RNG. See how we only got one item spawn? It's possible to get anywhere from 0 to 6. 0 being optimal, because, you know, I don't have a way to shoot their weak spots on this build for a relevant amount of damage. Had that rotating rock send me off the map somehow? Yeah, Tom, if you hit it at just the right, or I guess wrong angle, it can send you off in like 3 different ways. One way it can just bat you down. One way it can send you out of bounds that way. The other way can send you through this tower to the other half of the takedown, where you don't have your objectives updated, so you can't do anything, but it's funny. Which level of Remnant 2 is this? How you doing, Night Poker? This is the one where it's Ford's fault. We'll just chalk it up to that. I'm probably right somehow. Not red enough. I've also been completely forgetting to apply Terror, which is something I need to do. very dirty. Not proud of that. I'm kind of treating this run as like a sort of segmented, like doing one section, collecting my thoughts, thinking about what I need to remember how to do. Like, I need to remember to not do that. I was too worried about the Ceres that I stopped looking at the diamonds. And in a run like this, a mistake like that costs you enough time to reset if you're taking it seriously. Pray for good rev spawns. Yeah, good point, Nunu. I forgot about rev spawns. Like, this is very slow, because I'm not checking my sightlines properly. Skill issue. That was better. Hey Jester, how are you? Good to see you. This is a game of operation. Like, don't touch the sides of there, it's time lost. This is one of those two sections where I need to apply a dot to myself. I got it. Just could have gone better. This is still one of my favorite bosses in just like the franchise. It does say a lot that a vocal section of the fandom thinks this is emblematic of like the worst things in the game, and then for me this is one of the best. Like, absolutely not saying it's not flawed. It is. It's fucking fun. That only worked out because I have backup strats on backup strats. This is actually quite dirty. That was fun. Hey Axel, how you doing? timing sucked. Most of those were good. Most of those cycles were well timed. I only fucked up like 2 of them. Ted Breakfast, how you been? I've been pretty okay. Minor health stuff's been annoying, but can't complain too much. I've had good things to play. A lot of good conversations. Things have been good. I felt positive. Hope things have been treating you well. Funny because you've got it down to a science. You barely need to move. Most people hate it because how it forces you to move. Well, isn't that exactly the issue, right? Like, it's response to what the game is trying to get you to do. Guardian Takedown, through its entirety, is trying to get you to, like, pay attention and, like, adapt. So, like, the difference is, okay, are you gonna do it or not? If not, you're gonna have a bad time. Like, I like it, because I totally just tried to air dash like this is Cyberpunk. I don't know why. I like it because game telling me to do mechanics is fun for me. But I suppose that's not true for everybody. Now, this is a room I really need to practice. This is something I might reset a few times with a timer on. It's basically you need this entire room done in like less than 1:15. Like, this is slow. Not managing my move speed well, my sight lines are not being covered. That was slow. Maybe someday we'll air dash. Finally beat TVHM BO3 campaign with my co-op friend. Nice. Now we're going for all side quests, starting to think I need to think more about my build. We're at Mayhem 7, some fights feel like bosses, others just drop it away. I'm unsure if elements is the problem anymore. Elements are probably one piece of the pie. It's worth noting that depending on how you look at like difficulty scaling, when you factor in HP and buffs provided to the player and stuff, the most difficult levels in the game are either 6 or 10. So you having passed 6 means you are in, no matter how you look at it, the bracket where the game is most difficult. That range from 6 to 10, including 11 and 10. So that's the point where you're really, depending on what content you're doing, what character you're playing, what weapons you're trying to make work, you'll need more or less build investment. So, like, it's highly situational, like what the problem might actually be. Like, you give me an example of something you're struggling with? The Borderlands Cyberpunk crossover, is Lilith gonna be Judy? I hope not. Judy's likable. See, I had to jump out of the square to heal there, because I did not apply my buffs. Why did I not apply my buffs? I don't know, I just kind of forgot. I don't normally ground slam there. I don't know if it's optimal or not. You get a little more distance, but then you stall when you hit the ground. Because no, we do not allow emote canceling in time trials. Because it would give PC players even more of an advantage. We don't currently have categories separated out by platform. Imagine Judy calling you up and saying, "Hey, killer." You do it. Yeah, I still remember the audio cues in this game. Why can't I retain useful information? I retain that, but like, I will be able to hear if a Sarah in my immediate vicinity is about to do a lunge attack. But I can't remember what day of the week it is. This is an awkward rev spawn. Like, on old route, this is actually faster. On current route, it's not. Like, this rev spawn's only faster if you don't skip that portal. Imagine Lilith getting a spine or some integrity. Message too long for Twitch is a pain of short on phone. Ah, no, I get it. I get it. Remember R2-D2's lines from the original trilogy better than I can remember names of coworkers. It's amazing how that works. It really is. Oh, this fight I need to practice. I'm thinking ideal opener is I hit a Pestilence Nova so that I build Groundbreaker off of the pillars, which means I probably need to be right there. And then I Tandava, and then I start fish slapping my feet. Won't have Terror, though. Never mind. Forgot I can do that. Okay, yeah, that's how we do that. I missed one. I was reckless. need to have both my action skill activations available there, so I can kill those two through the floor without having to wait for them to go into view. It saves like 2 to 3 seconds. I don't know why that one was acting like that. Nah, this is a bad room. Need to figure out a better opener there. Yeah, that was just bad. I think I need those pillars to be up so I can, like, Groundbreaker off of them. Now it's just 30. Goes on mostly struggling with shields, and if I can take a really long time, had died forever because Slack Pet Res died twice after coming to Mayhem 7. Co-op partner mostly deals damage to Moze and the robot. So the thing with your shields and survivability, Axel, enemies do not do more damage than they ever did before. Enemies do the exact same damage now on Mayhem 7 that they did in Mayhem 0 as long as you were the same character level. It doesn't go up, which is a surprising stat to a lot of people, but it doesn't go up. What changes is the time to kill on your end. Their shields, enemy shields? Right. So the way shields are balanced in this game is they tend to be the smallest of the health bars. Like, shields are more fragile on average. Because shock versus shields is the biggest elemental bonus, like, matchup-wise in the game. So having a good shock weapon or a good source of shock damage can really be a game changer if you're struggling in that sort of situation. For you. We still here? Okay. Had a good shock pistol, it fell behind, haven't found anything level 72 in a while. Did not lose connection? Okay. A decent phaserker. A max DNA? Yeah. Coil that goes up to 86, right? Smog's good. I've seen people sleeping on the Smog again. Seems like every year cycles around to Guardian takedown rewards bad. Like, quantity-wise, yes. Quality-wise, no. Quality-wise, they're fucking awesome. But quantity-wise, yes. The rewards are fucking terrible. Wondering for a while how usable purples are. Purples are very usable. It's just once you get into Mayhem levels, you need to start being picky about which ones. There are several purples that even at endgame, Mayhem 10, Mayhem 11, are still, like, they provide value that nothing else does. Like, for example, this pistol here, the Torg Alien Barrel pistol, the Carbuncle, there's no legendary equivalent of this, and this does very good damage. Any setup that's going to want a splash gun that reloads frequently, there's very few things that do what this does, because it's also a lot of instances of damage. 9 projectiles can roll in every element. It's just good. This is one of the examples of a purple that long-term useful. You've got things like Jacob's stagecoaches can roll up to 25 projectiles, and at either 21 or 25, they are competitive with or superior to legendary Jacob's shotguns, depending on your setup and depending on your character, of course. Haven't found anything level 72 in a while. At that point, I would recommend like not pushing up your mayhem levels, to be honest, Axel, because the way mayhem gear works is if you're looking at guns, like let's look at my pestilence for a second here. See this mayhem level 10 on the card? Mayhem levels on guns are equal to character levels. So if you have a level 65 mayhem 7 gun, well, that's the same as level 72 mayhem 0. So you're potentially leaving a lot of item levels on the table where you could just drop your mayhem down to a manageable level for your current character level, go get a copy of the gun, and have it be stronger than the one you already had. Making sure your gear is on level is something that's going to help you a lot. Also, as you get up there in Mayhem's, anointments start to matter a little bit more. They don't matter as much as a lot of the fandom would have you believe. They are not make or break for entire builds. They do not matter more than the gun itself, no matter what some people will try to tell you. That's just not true. But they do help you out quite a lot. Everything I have right now is 72 at least mayhem 6. I don't raise until I get more stuff at the current. I think I'm just not getting good synergy going with what I grab. That is likely the case. Do you have any favorite weapons so far out of like what's still working for you or what was recently working for you? So I have the calm for grenade radius on right now. I'm not remembering to throw my fish enough. Feel confident in that. I go splash damage, which would be a little more damage on the Pestilence Nova, a little bit more on the action skill. Would still be more on the fish, but I don't need the fish to do more damage necessarily. Although this maybe would help my Scourge consistency. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. Like, the thing with having grenade radius is this is one of those setups where Fish Slap can't kill you. So I can actually just, with Splash Radius, Grenade Radius, the hitbox of the fish is from like here to here. Had a Baby Maker, it was good on Mayhem 6 and seems useless at 7, no idea why. Picked up Sniper, don't know the name of, deals more damage than Wedding Invitations using 6. Corrosion, I have one of the little hands. Red text, don't remember the name. Explodes kills me every time something's that close. So the corrosion one, So Baby Maker's really good. As long as you have the homing module, the one that flies, and the way you get good damage out of that is just by letting the homing drones do the work. That is one of the highest DPS pistols in the entire game. And again, it's one of those things that can roll in every element. It's non-DLC. It's just great. And the only reason it doesn't get its due is because people who don't know how to use it, told the community it's bad for 3 years. And, you know, that spread. Sniper, I don't know what you could potentially be using there. Homing one got rid of it, actually shot the entire clip, then reloaded. Yeah, that's the optimal way to stretch your ammo out on it. So the Baby Maker creates a homing drone. It creates several homing drones when you reload it. However, each of those will consume a magazine's worth of ammo if your clip was not empty when you reload it. So for a lot of people, they'll throw it once, and then they'll be like, well, I'm out of ammo, this must be shit. Using it how you just described is how you get all of the benefits, none of the downsides, because it's also not bad DPS, like shooting with the gun directly. Because the gun has been buffed a couple times. Baby Maker's extremely good. Extremely good. Like, those drones get your fire rate bonuses, they get your bonus elements. They can crit through hitting crit spots or Megavore. You know, lots of stuff. Hey Yasha, thank you for the 2 years with the tier 2. That is very satisfying. Name change? Name change. I miss you finishing Phantom Liberty. You did. You did. I finished Phantom Liberty on Friday? Friday. It's on the VODs channel if you care that much about it. But I finished Phantom Liberty on Friday. I finished the game on Saturday.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Did I miss you finishing place? Not like this.
Place. Yes, I finished place. Thank you again for tier 2, 2 years. Really appreciate that. Just as useful as my Baby Maker, hasn't been used in 3 years. Hey, look at the upside. No baby. Yeah, more relevant information like that, like what Jaybridge asked, is what mayhem modifiers do you have that could really be making or breaking your damage. Sleeping during the day. How'd you feel about your ending? Like with the rest of Phantom Liberty, it was gut punch after gut punch. I was like, okay, I knew you couldn't be trusted, but damn, really? Really? Well, laser turret thingy, super annoying, enemy repair bots, those don't matter. I don't remember the last one, left to check. Okay, those are some of the more tolerable modifiers. Couldn't trust anyone but one person the whole DLC. I was also somewhat dissatisfied that I couldn't give one particular person their comeuppance. It's just like, the game kind of forced me to play like, oh, hey, I'm glad we're chill and you're not actually trying to kill me. It was like, no, let me kill them. Let me do it. Let me give it to them. But, oh well, that's like my only complaint. What are you doing? Kevin. Oh, that's what you're doing. Hang on. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Had to clean up cat piss from something that wasn't a litter box. That was cool. Anyway, what were we talking about? Hey Sora, how are you? No, it was just a travel bag that I was gonna throw out and replace anyway. I don't know what I was thinking before, so I'm just gonna put the timer up and do an actual run, I think. If the source would work... There we go. You're helping you throw it away? Clearly. Okay, that works. No, not the pothole. Bad foot positioning. Play it out. Never taken that line before. know why I did this time. Not terrible. Not great either. Amara weapon swap speed, pretty filthy. Yeah, I lost a lot of pace there. Not super satisfied with that. Got the slam correct, at least. I did not have my action skill cooldown when I needed it, though. I must have missed a kill on the slide down. Yeah, it was probably the difference of an expedite stack. That's a reset. Yeah. My cooldown was out of sync, and then the boss took a step forward because it took me too long to phase it there. That's how precise this is. Evan? You okay? Not upset at you or anything. He sulks sometimes. He's fine. Why did you swan there? Was I not paying attention and I got one cycle behind in my head? I think I did. Yeah, I totally did. Now let's reset this. Cat. Cat. Kevin. Yeah. Hi, Jake. I was calling for Kevin. Hi. Other cat answered the call. He's right here. He's just staring at my hand. Like it's slightly too far away. Cat, you gotta come to me. Oh, no, he's satisfied just looking at it. Hi, Jake. You're a good boy. Yes. Yeah, let me actually remember to activate my driver at the beginning here. World drop legendary in my Borderlands 3? Simply too much. I think getting revs in first room is optimal on this setup because Rad is a better matchup into them than it is into the Necrobugs. That's the only reason. This only matters if I'm forgetting to apply terror. Because if I have my terror up, then I won't shot either way, but... Not as good as the first run, slightly better than the last one. Whatever. Okay, that was exceptionally good RNG. We're actually ahead now. That was the perfect RNG cycle for that room I was talking about. Incredibly awkward. Okay, this is actually incredible pace. Sub 4 crystals for Amara is like lightning fast. I kind of need to review this run after. Figure out what the fuck I did. That room was slow, but because I was so ahead, now I'm just back at even. Going fast? Yes, sir. So fast that I kind of don't know how I did that section of the takedown that fast. I need to review the footage, which is always a good sign. Okay, exceptionally bad RNG there regarding applying my dot. I lost like 15 seconds to that. See how slow I'm falling? I don't want to ground something because that animation locked me. Okay, we're back to slow again. How you doing, Gage? Hope you're well. Always good to see you. I aim that bad? Yeah, it is. That was bad aim. Okay, recovered. My splash radius is the GOAT. Okay, 813. As far as Amara pace goes, that's not bad. For Flak pace, I'd be like a little behind. I'm taking -5 because I didn't have good positioning there, but that's fine. My self-dot RNG is, it's not good today. for the drum solo audio. Actually, only a little behind now. Like a little bit. Ow, 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 ow. You're not supposed to do that much. Stop it. I'm about 15-20 seconds behind where I want to be. Good old action skill bug. What are your favorite shields? Gather because it's silly or useful or interesting. Frozen Heart is one of the best all-around shields in the game. Great survivability, great damage, great crowd control. Very reasonable to farm because there's no part variation. Highly recommend Frozen Heart. One of those shields that's useful at all levels of play. Be it sweaty speedrunner nonsense or just chillin'. Why'd they split that way? That's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. That cost me so much time. Pain. I didn't pop my fucking action skill. Another -5 due to me just being silly. Yeah, I totally flubbed this one with just bad positioning. Play this out because I truly do need the practice, but yikes. I suppose this is one of the discouraging factors for people running this category as well. because, you know, you've got a difficult, or I guess by Borderlands standards, difficult boss at the end of a, you know, if you're on good pace, 14-minute stretch. Can be kind of discouraging if you lose a run this deep in. That's not ideal. Really, I got the items on both sides. Still fuck. Yeah, I'm about 30 seconds behind where the flak run would be. It's not necessarily a disqualifying case for Amara. It's just disheartening. Oh, and I got bad spawns too. This was a decent run. Considering the number of mistakes I made, this could have gone way worse. Actually kind of happy with it. See, that's how that's supposed to go. That's the first time I actually properly hit that today. Yeah, considering the amount of rust involved here, I'm actually quite happy with this. Sub 18 on Amara is not something we thought was possible for a long time. Previous record before I set it to what it currently is was like 1733, something like that. So, still decent. Hey Shadow Weapon, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah, considering the sheer number of errors I made during that run. Pretty okay with that. That's a dragon with melee damage and action skill damage. That's neat. Let's see what the cat doing. He made himself a throne of laundry. Yeah, I'm talking about you. You're fine over there. Only one in Remnant? Yeah, good stat distribution. Kayasin, love that gun. Yeah, we were talking about Baby Maker. So this is the bad one. If you get this module on a Baby Maker, throw it away, it's trash. Finished looking it up with some cool shields. Yeah. Shield slot in Borderlands 3 has more diversity than gun slot in Borderlands 2. in terms of like viable end game. You can structure your entire build around this options. It's wild. Hey Moo, your boss's birthday Sunday. What happened? You get faded at your boss's birthday party and embarrass yourself? Please don't say yes. Told me they party hard. Oh no. No, we're all on the same level? Okay, cool, cool. 7 shots of Hennessy? You know, last time I did 7 shots of Hennessy, I don't really remember. I remember, like, which evening this was. I don't really remember what I did. But I know I was tame. Because, like, family and stuff was there. And, they didn't think I did anything wild, so, cool. Trying to think them could keep up. Some people are built different, Moo. Some people are just different. Okay, so I need to break out the calculator. Reason being quick maths. I don't have arm steel. Do I change that? No. Yeah, that's from class mod. I don't change that. Actually, no, I don't need to do maths. Because I don't have arm steel, that doesn't require a calc. Probably need new liver in 20 years. You're good. A lovely Mimi from Wild Now. Was that the birthday? I'm not familiar. I mean, I know what Wild Now it is, but, like, I don't know who that is. Let's do another run. Very popular nail tech. Sound love and hip hop. Ah, did you get the opportunity to talk nails? Show off your work? Ads. All those solid guns not in an element. But Jaybridge, I was led to believe that items dropping but being too bad for you to want them is a necessary part of enjoying these games. My mistake, you're clearly rewarded. Thank you. Hey Amber, I'll get Moo that sub after this run. Good to see you. Thanks for taking care of Moo. Moo, I'll give you that sub and depending on how soon this run resets, 1 to 15 minutes. That was awkward. Not me overestimating my groundbreaker delivery. Cringe. played that so horribly, but like, pace ain't awful, so. No shot we got the perfect RNG twice in a row. That's crazy. Feels like the game's welcoming me back to time trials with some of this RNG, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's not an exaggeration to say I probably have more hours in Guardian Takedown than, like, almost everyone else who's ever played this game. The only people I would say come close are Super and Bratuha. But it's definitely the three of us having the most hours in this takedown. And in all of my hours, I don't think I've ever gotten this streak of crystal spawn RNG that's this good. Definitely not as fast as the last run, but not bad. Ah, Rev's here? That's so awkward. I actually hate that a lot. Kind of worked out. Oh, that's a reset. Yeah. Okay. I was going too fast. Enjoy the sub, Moo, courtesy of Ember. Work was put in over the years for the perfect Nightbot. Yeah. Yep. Back from eating food and shower. You ate the shower? Proud of you, Sora. Aiming high as you should. Ate the shower, but Coombs was using it to FaceTime me, and we were all in the shower. That's where everyone's chatting from. It's specifically in Coombs' shower. I'm streaming from in there right now. What's crazy about that bit though? Oh no. Gonna get cursed, isn't it? Flag aim. Fuck's sake. Flag terrain. Can't even aim my legs to walk at things. Bad RNG on applying self-dot. I had zero mindfulness there. Okay, here's the RNG I expected. That one did not cooperate. Okay, this wasn't bad. A little dirty in a couple places. Definitely not as fast as some of the other runs, but I really can't complain too much. Wonder if I route back in a rocket jump there. Like, one of the options for a time save that I'm not pursuing because I'm not good at video games is, menu swapping for, a rocket jump. Like 3 rocket jumps to be more precise. It's just effort I'm not willing to go to. Because if you're bad at menuing, it's like -5 instead of +3. Or +5 rather than -3. You get what I'm talking about. There we go. Actually got the dot this time. There we go. It's better. I'm a little slow on these cycles so far. Like, again, my love for this encounter. This is one of those bosses that outwardly it might seem like one of the more boring ones, but like in a speedrun context, this is one of the most finesse-based. Because the timing is so precise on the windows. You can gain or lose so much time and have the run look completely the same to the untrained eye. Like, that might look like that was fast. That was a terrible cycle right there, because I was distracted and not making good choices. This is a good one. Nope, too early. Hangover bad yesterday, vomiting all day. Yeah, I've noticed that, I only had a window of a few years of decent alcohol tolerance. It was really bad, and then I trained it, and, you know, got to a place where, you know, I could enjoy, even overindulge. But now in my late 20s, I drink like 3 beers, and then I'm like, okay, I don't feel so good. Not like drunk or anything, just feel bad after. Hey, this was a daily challenge? Cool. You didn't get a pretzel and a glizzy from Sam's Club? True! Legendary dropped. The game must be terrible. suffer for your drops or be labeled as shell. The item there is abnormal and really bad, actually. Being very aggressive right now. I don't like it. Could have gone worse. Could have gone a lot better. I actually popped my action skill this time. That's huge. Nothing was said during ads. I've been focusing up. Does Vault Card level slow every level? Yes. Yeah, it slows down. I don't know if it caps out beyond a certain point, but it definitely slows down as you go up. Bumped out of the way. That was actually very fucked. Good items, huge. Worst time to get the action skill bug. Actually, the worst time in the entire run. Almost phased that on time. have no grenades. It's really bad. My pestilence. Oh no, that's really bad. That was really bad. Was an action skill bug? Yeah. Ever since the summer of 2021, there's been a bug where almost all the action skills in the game have a way that they can just kind of fail on activation, where they either delay a major effect, or fail to trigger at all, or consume their cooldown, and then do weird shit. It was introduced in the patch that added crossplay. It is seemingly entirely random, but yes, in the context of this run, what I'm referring to is you'll sometimes see me hit my action skill and then nothing will happen, but then a few seconds later, the cast will just come out of my face. Does the Gearbox still care about BL3? They had events running for the entirety of last month in BL3. Like, they had a patch and 4 weeks of events. So, yes. It's their most recent release. Wow, that's a drop. No splash damage, but this is a white elephant that my descendants would have to farm for. So. Yeah, 1730 is probably what, second place on the board now? I have the first place, but be second? I'd be third. Yeah, Butter got to 1725, right? Farming in 2023? No. Farming in 2083. It's not rewarding unless, you know, theoretical farm time's as long as a human lifetime. Hope you're well, Trade Secret. In 2077, what makes you a criminal? Farming a white elephant. Regarding that Kara comment, I still complain about the buggy menu every time I try to sell something without marking junk. The UI in this game is terrible. This UI does not seem to be something they overly wet in terms of quality with Lands games. In fact, every Lands game since the pre-sequel, you know, has been a degradation of UI. Like, BL2 was a downgrade UI-wise from BL1. TPS was not a downgrade because it was just the same UI as BL2. Then BL3's UI was a downgrade from BL2 and TPS. Wonderland's UI was a downgrade from BL3. It's just been kind of a downward slope. The main thing a lot of us are hoping for, above everything else for the next game, is decent UI. Like, it's almost to the point where, given the choice between UI and content, there's a couple situations where I'd be like, give me better UI. We say they get the UI to interns. It's one of those things. A lot of cases, They pick form over function. And, like, sure, having a stylistic UI makes your game recognizable at a glance in screenshots, etc., etc., and that has a lot of marketing value. I get it from that perspective. And also, they are hiring, like, talented artists and whatnot to do graphics for the UI. Like, look at the skill icons. These are pretty. I like these. Just, like, all of this. It's great. It's cool to see your character have a different stance based on what action skill you have selected on your skill tree menu. Like this is good. But there's things like scroll bar does not work on PC. So if you have any skills, I don't know if Amara has any offhand that do this. I know Flack has a few. But if you have any skills that require you to scroll on mouse and keyboard, you can't scroll because they broke that 3 years ago and never fixed it. And then things like the HUD. You know, the HUD looks good at a glance until you dive into, well, the buff bar doesn't work. The game sometimes stores information incorrectly to the point where you'll have like character dialogue instead of the line where, you know, the spot where it would say switch fire mode and tells you what one of your fire modes are on. No, you can have just like a full voice line there. Your backpack frequently doesn't update when you pick up items. Most of your inventory screen is not your inventory. Like a solid 2/3 of the screen real estate here is not the inventory. I can see 8 of my items in my backpack of 50 at once. You know, form over function. Let's go again. But the use of negative space is sublime. I love being able to see the character model, don't get me wrong. And, like, sure, we have a lot of cosmetics, and the only way to see a lot of them is being outside of the gameplay. I get it, but we have a photo mode. We don't need our inventory to show something that isn't our inventory. We don't need that. I think they just broke a lot of things and closed the door on BL3. Yeah, it is a shame. To some extent, I do want to say that, like, a lot of the stuff they did spend their time putting resources into and working on went, you know, unthanked. For example, I would love one day to go through all of the notes across all of the patches and just look at everything having to do with item acquisition, you know, farming, as people refer to it. I want to look at the number of times they tweaked that. And then double down and point out that the pure theory crafters hate item acquisition. The farmers complain about item acquisition. It was wasted effort. But at the end of the day, something consistent about Gearbox when it comes to these lands games is they will implement changes that they think a large enough section of the community asks for that they think would not hurt the game. Sometimes they're just wrong. Sometimes it's not a good use of their time or resources either. And I can't really fault them for trying to appease fans and consumers. Just like how I can't necessarily always fault the fans for asking for things they think they want. For example, with the DLC 6 release, we got a couple of things. Like, Schluter was, you know, added to the game, which was in response to people not liking the world drop nerf. Instead, they gave us an item that increases world drops behind a paywall, and that people are going to have on at all times while playing, that also swings it too far in the other direction, where it's too much. But the world drop nerf only happened because several loud content creators with no interest in the statistics behind what they're talking about riled up their audiences. So the only thing most of the community was talking about was too many drops, too many drops, too many drops, too many drops. With no data behind that, with no interest in the consequences of changing the status quo there, and also with no care for other more significant problems being more deserving of the resources required to change things. Why would anyone say too many drops? It's kind of the fun. Some people only derive enjoyment from this game if nobody's getting what they want. Now that's a sanitized version, but it eventually boils down to that. Some people don't derive satisfaction unless they are not getting anything with their time, and some people get actively upset when they see other people getting rewarded for their time. Lots of drops with nothing good, and that's a product of the part system. Placebo. Because one of my favorite ways to draw this comparison is Conference Call. Conference Call is a gun a lot of Borderlands players know, right? You know, one of the most sought after items in Borderlands 2. It is in Borderlands 3. Underrated in this game. It's actually good. Conference Call in Borderlands 2, you're looking at about 8,500 total. 850, excuse me. 850 total variants, throwing out scopes and weighting. 850. 100 times more part variation in Borderlands 3. Same gun. Higher drop rate for that gun from the dedicated source, and higher drop rate in the world drop pool. So, easier to get a copy of the gun, depending on context, but you are 100 times less likely to get any specific version of that gun. Even in BL2, if you got a conference call, if it was slag, you didn't give a shit about it. That's not what the gun was for. So, even in that game, with the much more simple part system, there were versions of the item that were trash, that were useless to you. Worst possible grip combination is another one of those things, you know? Not getting your shotgun accessory is a big deal. But in Borderlands 3, the problem's even worse, because every item has more versions it can roll in. And that is not a problem that gets talked about, because some people are like, but look at all these orange beams on my screen. Yes, they gave us, in terms of dedicated drop rates, on average, if you account for everything, you know, the overall rate increase, on average, they made it like 50% easier to get a drop of an item from a dedicated source. But this is in a game with massively more total items, and a game where each of those items has massively more part variation on average. So, like, if you're having to get thousands more copies of an item, seeing a couple extra loot beams of unrelated things so that you're getting something for your time is not a bad thing. Especially since a lot of the sought-after items are still locked to dedicated pools only. Things like the Mayhem exclusive items, like the Sandhawk, the Monarch, very sought-after items. If those don't world drop, they don't. DLC exclusive items do not world drop outside of their DLCs. People act like you can get everything you want in this game by just walking down a hallway and farting until everything's dead. No, that's disingenuous. You're intentionally misrepresenting how the loot system works because you don't like an aspect of it, so it taints the whole thing for you. That's not how the game works. Like, that's not how the numbers work. That's not how the mechanics of this drops this, but not this work. But because a lot of the dialogue, a lot of the time, the window where the devs, you know, are working actively on the game and can change stuff based on what they're seeing discussed, a lot of that time was spent on garbage. Like, oh, too many loot beams. So when we did get that world drop nerf, it was specifically for endgame. They made it so items world drop less at high mayhems, which is not the part of the game people had the most problems with. The thing that, like, almost everybody can agree on is you shouldn't have an inventory full of legendary items at level 9. Like, having your entire backpack and every equip slot be legendary at level 9 is weird. It feels bad. It feels off. But that wasn't addressed. because that's not what people ask for. Main loot problem for me is 90% of legendaries are just unusable. Yeah, that's just not true, Architect. That is not true. Ever tried a Monocle and Tankman's Shield? Yes, both are fully viable items. The problem is the rest of your build, or whatever you're comparing it to. We actually recently did a breakdown. I did this a couple years ago, but we recently redid the breakdown of viable, unique, anointable legendaries from every manufacturer in the gun slot. We did a breakdown, and a majority, actually a very overwhelming majority, of the weapons are viable for endgame content. I think it's the comparison, so I guess then the power creep feeling. And something like that. But the thing to keep in mind is that's not new. That's par for the genre, even. I was going to say the franchise, but the genre. Like, we can apply this to other games. For example, if you go into, let's say, Borderlands 2. That's a good point of comparison. If you compare a Maggie to an unkempt Herald, well, the Maggie's going to look like shit. Right? That doesn't mean it's bad. It's your point of comparison. You could apply the same thing to those same two guns in this game. Also, we're in ad jail again. Let me actually force delay so that doesn't happen again. Can't right now. I gotta wait for it to end. I just had 30-second commercial, not hear your point. Yeah, I'm waiting for it to tell me that we're out of ad. Okay, we're good now. Out of ad jail now? Okay, I'll repeat what I said. The point of comparison, it's a thing that applies to, I was gonna say the franchise, but it's also the genre as a whole. But if we use an example in franchise, in both Borderlands 2 and 3, this example works. Compare an Unkempt Herald to a Maggie. Maggie is not even remotely competitive in that situation. It is absolutely smoked out. Does that mean Maggie's a bad gun? No. In fact, in both games, Maggie is still above average for its weapon category. You're just comparing it to something that's an absolute demon. So, like, point of comparison can determine how you feel about a gun's viability. You're taking time on my point again? Of course. I'm happy to do it. I'm sorry about the ads. I wish I had more control over that. I don't. I'm running the minimum that lets me to get that slightly better revenue split on the ads. But I like discussing stuff like this, so never hesitate to ask me to repeat myself. It's not a conversation if we're not, like, actually talking to each other, right? But yeah, like, comparison is the big thing that trips people up with weapon viability. And also, some weapons are going to require some amount of investment or a specific gameplay loop, whereas others don't. For example, Anarchy and Lucky 7, Pestilence even, those three are jointly the most powerful guns in the game in terms of clear rate. They hold, you take those three, a majority of the time trials records for their relevant characters in the takedown and slaughter and proving ground categories. It's just those three guns. But each of those requires some sort of specific setup around them. So you don't hear any of those guns talked about overly frequently over things like, say, the Maggie, the Hellwalker, you know? Even though those two guns have 0 cases where they are optimal. 0. But I hope they can do differently for 4. I hope better UI. I hope we get a BL3 volume of content, but like earlier in the game's life. I don't mind that BL3 got it over time. Obviously, that worked for me too. But a BL3 volume of content early enough that people don't leave before they can experience things. Better UI. Did I mention that? I'd like the part system to be cut down, like part variation wise. The BL2 part system wasn't perfect either, but it was much more tolerable for gearing up for item acquisition than the BL3 Wonderlands one is. So, like, if you're not going to invent a new one, just fucking go back. I would like for them to not do something in the vein of Mayhem 2.0 or OP levels. Them adding Mayhem levels onto items like this, just because OP levels did it, that was bad. Doing things for big number just for the sake of big number makes your game harder to balance. This game had better balance when max enemy HP modifier was 1,000 than it does when it was 10,000. Like, the difference between the floor and the ceiling gets obviously massively bigger when you're going from 0 to 10,000. You can't balance things for both. Like, making items viable for this 10,000% made it so they completely meme the story at 0%, to the point where you can have items that are like 60 levels under you still one-tapping every enemy. Yes, I said 60, 60, not 6, 60. Really important discussions to have in order to help Gearbox get it right in the future. Yeah, like, we gotta have these discussions out in public as communities, and examine all the angles, because things don't end up on dev radars unless people actually talk about them, whether that's privately or publicly. But publicly is useful because then you get more people in on the conversation. They're likely to take that conversation elsewhere and talk to more people. I don't like the balance at launch. So the balance at launch had some problems because the Mayhem 3 system, you had those really disruptive modifiers, right? Where arbitrarily you'd load into a map and it's like, okay, minus 70% pistol damage. And then you're like, but wait, I wanted to use pistols. This is a pistol build. As of Mayhem 4, when they introduced that, the modifiers were less disruptive. So Mayhem 4, for a lot of people, in particular, Epic Energy talks a lot about this. Mayhem 4 was like the holy grail, the golden era of balance for a lot of the players. I personally like a lot of the content that was introduced after that, so if I had to pick, I would still pick a later point. But in terms of overall game balance, Mayhem 4 was very tight, because the maximum HP they were balancing around was, you know, enemies had 1,000% extra, not 10,000. We didn't have Mayhem levels on items. We didn't have or need any sort of Mayhem scaling. Wonderlands did well with scaling up. In my opinion, yes. For a lot of people, they didn't like because they weren't prepared for the enemy damage going up per level. Keep in mind, BL3, that's not a thing that happened. Enemies didn't change how much damage they did in BL3's endgame as you climb the ladder. Whereas in Wonderlands, they did. I liked it. A lot of people didn't. That's why it got Omega nerfed. Like various animations to be faster, boxes, chests falling down, slower things that feel out of place in a faster paced game. Yeah, I agree with that, Tom. As much as I love ground slamming, the lull in the gameplay whenever you are doing that slam is a deal breaker for a lot of people, especially when you compare it to, say, the TPS ground slam, which is faster and more responsive in a game that came out 5 years earlier. 6 years earlier, 5 or 6. One thing I'd like to see changed in later games is rocket launcher, like the idea of rare ammunition, huge damage, part of why I like Sandhawk in BO3. We don't see that in BO3. I think you're onto something there, and I think Gearbox kind of came to that conclusion as well, considering in Wonderlands, the next Lands game that came out after this one, they eliminated almost all access to ammo sustain for rocket launchers. The only realistic way is hitting yourself with an absorb shield, and they made that harder than in any previous title. It was easiest to do in BL2, and then you could do it reasonably in BL3 as well, depending on spec and gear choice, but like, it's so finicky to do that in Wonderlands. They made it so you can't sustain rocket launchers in that game. Intentionally. They even further nerfed the amount of ammo regen rockets get. Basically, if you didn't know, the heavy weapon category in this game, this one that has 51 ammo already, gets a massive penalty to the ammo regen stat. So like, let's say you had Moses Forge for 5%, well, launchers get only a percentage of that percent. They made that penalty even larger in Wonderlands. So they agree with you. They don't want rocket launchers being spammed all the time in their games. It was kind of an accident that it happened. Can't tell you how many times I got dead from an accidental slam. Yeah. Especially a slam in water. Rockets fly so slow, need to spam. Depends on what weapon you're talking about, Axel. For example, the kick charger is a near instant railgun that pierces enemies. Consumes 1 ammo per shot. It is a rocket launcher. Almost every rocket I've used is slow. There's a lot of diversity in rocket mechanics in this game. Ever seen that one? Yeah, ion cannon is another fast projectile one. Creamer is fairly speedy. And then you have the ones that are just, hey, you don't need to worry about projectile speed if you just fucking carpet bomb an area. Hey, Will, thank you for the 37 months. Gang back together again? Yes, sir. I need to get a console so we can actually, like, play shit.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
And just like that, the whole gang back together again, Qua.
Thank you, Will. Yeah, remind my ass. Fucking, I need to get a PS5. They announced the PS5 Slim for, like, this holiday season. I'll probably get myself one. Guess my RNG is bad then. Not necessarily. It dropped already? Cool. I'll look for a sale. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Axel. Big Charger's from a specific place. It's from Arms Race, which is a DLC 5 area. It's only found there. Or the Diamond Armory if you have a diamond key and get lucky. But that's a big thing with the loot system. It's not as simple as, hey, just get lucky and the game will hand everything to you. It's like, no, you still have to go places. Anyway, let's actually do a run here. Never mind. I didn't break my pestilence. By do a run, I mean jump off the cliff immediately. I think I'm only missing one DLC, and the one that adds more trees. That's the one with Arms Race. That's the one. For farming in Destiny is much harder. I'm not a Destiny player, so like I have no frame of reference there. I'll take your word for it. But my perspective as someone who enjoys the gameplay in this game, like the theory crafting with skill trees and then pushing myself to see how fast I can clear the content, that part of it, I do not derive any enjoyment from endlessly resetting like a farm of a single enemy to maybe get a drop of an item that will maybe have the part configuration that I need. That's too many layers for me. I don't mind farming if the part system is reasonable. But I don't derive enjoyment from the gacha game slot machine part of this gameplay loop. I like the actual combat systems. That's just me. And I know I'm definitely in the minority for this fandom. I've accepted that. I'm still going to advocate for what myself and other theory crafters would prefer. What do you think about second wind balancing? One thing always seems odd in all Borderlands games is the way they treat going down. It makes you always put damage over utility or defensive capabilities. That's a really good point. I'm glad you brought that up. So in BL3, eventually over the game's lifetime, they did make it the most forgiving to go into Fight for Your Life. Because you have this perk here, Dead Man Walking, you sit still, you get a lot more time. You have Too Angry to Die, which is utterly insane. But basically, you can sit and fight for your life for long periods of time. And that's before even factoring other bonuses. Like, you have Inner Fury, which is more damage while you're down. You have Dead Man's Hand, which lets you ADS while you're down. You have, let's see which tier is it? There it is. Letter Alive. You get a free reload for going down, which is actually very relevant to some of the top speedruns with the Lucky 7, obvious reasons. But it's essentially a buff to go down in a lot of scenarios. And because this game is structured in a way where enemy damage doesn't go up ever after you hit the level cap, it's always better to just do more damage. As long as you have enough that you don't get literally one shot, it's always better to just do more damage. Wonderlands changed that approach. Wonderlands actually, before they did a massive nerf to enemy damage, it was set up so that you were heavily rewarded by investing in survivability. The first Lands game to do that. And I quite enjoyed that because it put a lot of value on defensive stats and particularly things that gave you something offensive and something defensive. That was a refreshing change up to the formula because I have the same issue with that as you do. But that's not something that the Lands player base was prepared for because they had never had to deal with that before. And it leads to weird situations like in this game, shield capacity is one of the worst defensive stats. It's bottom 2 for defensive stats, only joined by elemental resists, which are still situationally useful and in their specific use cases a lot more useful than shield capacity. But shield capacity is like one of the worst defensive stats in this game because you get nothing mechanically out of it. Whereas there's a lot of other give and take situations, such as if you go for this skill over here, Samsara, that's a massive amount of health regen, and it's also gun damage. And it's at no gear opportunity cost, right? You're not giving up a shield that has a powerful offensive effect for a shield that has a lot of shield capacity. You're just doing your offensive pure DPS thing and getting a good survivability tool in the process. The game heavily favors things like that. Some of the best defensive shields in the game, like the Beskar, for example, it's the most powerful reflect shield in the game, and it also gives you 50% damage reduction just for existing. That's always going to be better than using something like a Madcap, which has the potential for the highest capacity in the game. However, that is the only thing of value it really does. So yeah, I would prefer, I'm meandering to the point, but I would prefer a little more balance in that department where you're rewarded for building defensively and you don't always unga bunga damage. That would be nice. Is rank 1242 max? No. Need that rank to get all perks? No. All perks is like 125 in each. So you can get all perks very, very quickly. One of the most popular shields in the community are all about offense. It says a lot. It does. It does. Your shield slot in this game is a weapon as much as your gun slot is. There are some good defensive ones, but guess what? Those notable defensive ones are also desired because they're offensive. Beskar and Manawel are the two best defensive shields in the game. They also provide you crazy amounts of offense when built into. Something like the Transformer, which is perfectly serviceable and honestly a very good defensive shield if you look at it in a vacuum. It gives you an immunity, gives you a way to refill itself, gives you, tied for the highest absorb stat in the game. Like, it with a serviceable capacity. It's good. It just provides nothing offensively, so nobody uses it. I like the concept of Holy Grails and this kind of relics conceptually. I can never make it work in my build. Yeah, Holy Grail is one of those things that, it was concept over, like, function. There's not really a reason to use Holy Grail ever. If Holy Grail worked in Arms Race, that would be its use case, but it doesn't. This isn't necessarily a BL3 problem as much as it is a BL problem. Yeah, I agree. It's not a new issue. It's not a new issue. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, since we're in Agile already. 1 second. Okay, I'm here. Yeah, sorry about the ads. I fucking hate them. Using an ad blocker is morally correct. Can't go down if they can't shoot you. Really, that's optimal survivability in Lands games. It used to not be the case for Wonderlands, but like, now it's every single Lands game. It's just don't get hit forehead. Oh yeah, so, like Jaybridge said, it isn't necessarily a BL3 problem as much as it is a Borderlands problem. Be an antagonist are good examples of that, but yeah, Borderlands 2 was structured around, hey, your gameplay loop is sit there with a B shield and don't get touched. If you do get touched, lifesteal so you don't die. That's it. There are edge cases of other things. For example, I was a Gauge player. I loved doing Blood-Soaked Shield tanking. But if we're talking optimal gameplay, you're either cowering with a B or you're lifestealing with a Moxie weapon. There are no other choices. And that devalues every other defensive avenue if you're trying to play optimally. Play Hades? Love Hades. One of the best games ever made. Armedians, good luck. Thank you, Axel. an invisible wall. That was so unfortunate. I didn't know that was there. Well, I learned something today. Like they did in this game in terms of balancing and diversity of viable routes. Oh, whoops. Flip me. Also like the mojo of you have to adapt to RNG. It's something missing in Arms Race. Yeah, Arms Race is very... Thank you. Arms Race is very bare bones. Like, I think it's a good start. It's a solid template. It's something that I do hope they expand upon rather than abandoning. But it is very bare bones. Another thing I like about Hades is, you know, the Pact of Punishment. It gives you a way to add modifiers for difficulty and rewards, but in a way that is completely controlled. It's not, hey, you have these RNG modifiers for the run. I hate that that's, like, the current go-to for adding difficulty to games. I hate it. I hated when BL3 did it. I hated when Remnant 2 did it. I hated when Diablo 4 did it. I hate it. But doing it like the Pact of Punishment, where you decide the magnitude of your challenge, was great. My fucking aim, man. That was actually a really good pace that I just completely choked there. I wasted 10 seconds. That's so bad. Imagine each chest and arms days get 5 skill points, something like this. You see, I don't agree there, because I think that the aspect of Arms Race that's bare bones, that being it's, you know, you and your gear, I think that's good, because something that's lost in Endgame of Borderlands is that loop of use gun to get other gun. That's not something you do anymore in any way, shape, or form, whereas during a low-level playthrough, you're likely to be in a combat, you see a gun drop that could be really useful, you immediately equip it, and it makes your life easier, and that's the loop. That doesn't happen anywhere in Borderlands high-level play outside of Arms Race, unless you're doing a challenge like Zero to Hero. But I think Arms Race bringing that back into the core gameplay loop is good, especially because it also provides you a lot of incentive for knowing your way around the item system, knowing your way around which non-uniques are good, which ones to look out for, how to make the most of what little you have, like core things that are not part of the gameplay loop otherwise. Always appreciated that. And another of the good things about Arms Race for me is that outside of very, very minor, I item drop rate weighting, it is character agnostic, right? Like, your character is not a relevant factor. It's you, the player, are the deciding factor. You don't get to do the, hey, I'm Zane, so I just exist and hold the trigger down, everything dies. That's not a thing anymore. It's a break from that. That's why it's a different mode. Its own self-contained area. I think it's okay to have a zone like that in the game. This pace is very bad, by the way. I'll probably reset. I'll play it out because I do need the practice. Yeah, this is a good time to reset. Certain people say, oh, we want more purples to be endgame viable. There's an entire mode and those weapons can shine. AG Arms Race. Well, it's also weird because there's plenty of purples that are viable, it's just people aren't using those. It's like, if you want purples to be viable, okay. Have you tried the ones that are? Because, like, there's a lot. Fair problem with Arms Race, unique drops at horrible rates. Don't agree, at some quite often. Well, you getting them, Architect, doesn't mean that the rates aren't bad. Like, if you look at every instance of the Borderlands 3 hunt, the item bracket that people are stuck on last is the Arms Race class mods. And those are class mods, remember, so they have the problem of having hundreds of thousands to millions of item variations when you include the stats and then the skill rolls. So you have the items have some of the lowest drop rates in the game, and then also the most item variation. Like, that's just the class mods. The guns, they have some part variation. Like, Kick Charger is good enough that any roll of a Kick Charger is likely good enough for you, but if you, say, wanted a specific part combination with a specific element, that could still take you a while. Same with the Boogeyman, same with the Dark Army. They're a little more punishing than other items in the game because you're also looking at a longer farm time. It's not just loading in, killing one enemy, checking the loot pile. It's you're loading in, doing at least a chunk of an Arms Race run for your chance at it. Right? So Arms Race can give you a bunch of stuff, and it's sort of designed that you're farming a bunch of things at the same time in a session. Like, you go into Arms Race, okay, these 3 guns would be nice for me to have, and these 2 class mods. Let me hope I get one of these 5 items. And then it seems more palatable. So I get the thought process there, but, like, as soon as you get down to targeting 1 or 2 items, it is hell. And the hunt proves this. And remember, with the hunt, it's just getting a copy of the item, not getting a specific copy of the item. Yeah, 10 hours on those class mods alone? Right. I say all this as an Arms Race enjoyer, not just when you want to farm something. Yeah, like, I enjoy Arms Race too. I like that it exists. You know, it's simple, it's bare bones, could have been expanded upon. There's flaws, of course, I acknowledge all these things, but I do like it. I do not like the farming in it. I think outside the chunk of time where everyone was sort of farming together with, you know, EchoCast drops and stuff, and lots of co-op runs, outside of that window, Arms Race farming is just unsustainably bad. More of a casual player, done all content, really target one item and do a farm, true. And I don't like targeting one item either. I tend to prefer just doing takedown runs and then getting my drops as I go, or farming for things from, say, Maliwan Takedown, where Woden the Invincible is an excellent example of how you can have guaranteed drops still feel satisfying and rewarding. Because that boss's loot pool is, what, 16 items? And it's guaranteed to drop you at least one, between 1 and 3, per part of the body. So the brain is 1 to 3, the legs part, not the actual legs, but the pelvis part is 1 to 3, and then the upper part is 1 to 3. Each of the 4 legs is a chance of just assorted world drops, not from the boss's loot pool, but you are guaranteed 1 to 3 times 3. 1d3, if you will. Or sorry, 3d3 loot drops. That's guaranteed. That's from a large loot pool of items, each with some part variation. Yet it's at the end of an enjoyable activity, a boss that feels like a boss, so people like it. And then you have the uglier side of farming, where you have things like Arms Race, where it's a long farm time, a lot of RNG for possibly very little payout. Nothing is guaranteed in Arms Race. And then you have Guardian Takedown, which you're guaranteed 1 to 3 from Scourge, but in his loot pool is a cosmetic. So you can get a decoration as your 1 guaranteed drop. You can go through the entirety of Guardian Takedown and see 1 legendary. You can get 1 from Anathema, guaranteed 1 to 3. And then see nothing else. Hardest activity in the game, longest activity in the game, tied with Slaughter Star, but, joint longest. Least rewarding activity in the game. How you doing, Reckless Monster? I messed up my movement. I'm bad. Oh. Okay, I had too much move speed. I hit the kill box. That's fine. Yeah, I'll stop talking and start actually playing, or at least I'll continue talking while actually playing. I just like nerding out with you guys. That's my out. My excuse, I'm sticking to it. Judge my range a little bit. Ooh, that's a good pace. Got the kill there, that's bonus move speed. Why am I getting extra spawns? Okay, yeah, I wasted some seconds going for these enemies, which are not supposed to be here. Okay. A little sick last week, stayed home. Honestly, prefer going to work and being sick. Yeah, being sick sucks. Definitely feel you there. Very rude of that one to go there. I didn't enjoy that. Hey, Rabbit. This son help him dying? Why are you dying? What happened? I would recommend not dying. Not super slow right now, but I'm not fast either. Also, I have to pee. We're on PP%. Either means a good run or a bad run. I'm misjudging my range 4 times in a row. That was close. Bad aim. Meh. Acceptable. Okay. Not awful. 5th booster shot's killing me. Yeah, I gotta get on that. I gotta get on that. For me, they got easier as I got more. Like, the first 2 were awful for me, but then 3 and 4 were fine. Did I take a jump pad? What am I doing? I'm lost. Blue jab same time. I did 4th and blue jab at the same time, and it was fine for me at least. But everyone's body handles it a little bit differently. Wasn't Mariah Carey married to Nick Cannon at one point? Yeah. Why are we talking about that? I'm missing the context. I'll have to look after the run. But... This is dirty. It's Mariah Carey talk. I see. Didn't she try to, like, copyright Christmas music or something? Something insane like that. try to copyright that she was the queen of curses or something. It was something like that. Yeah. Screen is blurry at times, just at times. My eyes are only watering a little bit. I forgot to action skill there, so time loss. It's not good. Okay, saved it. I love the Scourge fight. Me too, Snow. Me too. Oh, that's unfortunate. That one well, though. Ooh, that's good. Can I get the good swans again, please, game? Like, that's fine, but I prefer the good swans. That was nice. This was a really close one. This was extremely close. Yeah, I know which rooms I messed up, but best run of the day. Yeah, that was only 18 seconds off Reki. So, like, I second placed to myself. That's cool. Heat sub 17. Reki's 1701 right now. Let me double check. Sorry, 1705. Okay, yeah, no, so that was only 13 seconds off Reki. Well, which category is 1701? There was something else that was 1701 that was notable. Yeah, no, 1705. Probably here now. Is that Groundbreaker Pillar Tech? Yeah. Tandava to hit the enemy spawn there and those two pillars, and then Pestilence to hit these two pillars, and then Groundbreaker. After I break the crystal. The idea. That's if Groundbreaker isn't consumed by that crystal there, which is why I still tend Avo after throwing anyway. But yeah. What's funny about Nick Kennedy, he really thought his hot shit, thought Eminem was scared of him, even though Mariah made a whole strike against him as the #1 hit, and Nick can't do shit. Whoosh. I don't have the deets there. Leave the house 6:30 tomorrow for work, because tomorrow while I'm at the office just gonna accept death. Make sure you hydrate, Rabbit. And move that arm. Doubt it, dunno though. Yeah. Watching speedrunning content so satisfying. Hey, I'm glad you enjoy. I also like watching speedrunning content. I like watching the breakdowns of how a run works. That's a good fastball. That's a really good fastball. But yeah, so this run for Amara, there's at least a minute of time save. It's just the problem is accessing that time save is fucked. Because you need perfect RNG for, at the very least, the ads right before Crystals 1 and during the Scourge fight. You need perfect RNG in those sections. And then from there, it's playing perfectly everywhere else. Like, I did not have a clean Crystals 1. I did not have a clean Crystals 2. I didn't have a clean post Crystals 2. That's where I lost some time. Now, I don't know how much time I lost between those. I would hesitate to say it's more than 20 seconds. So, like, that run could have been wrecky, but it was still a good run. Still satisfying. I was thinking about skill tree stuff, and there's been enough times where I've been annoyed by not getting the self-dot despite having max violent tapestry that I've considered moving those points. But, like, realistically, I don't really get more out of not having those points. It would just mean I get a little more reload speed, but that can make me, lose my Pestilence status. Because if you have too much reload speed with this thing, then your window to cancel it gets so short that it's easy to lose it. See, if I wait that long, then it's no longer broken, so I have to re-break it. Are Anathema steady? Yeah, Anathema's pretty consistent at this point. There's always the opportunity to save a couple of seconds by cycling closer to the immune phase ending. But Anathema's pretty solid on this. This run was, what, an 820 Anathema clear, which is not fast by the standards I'm setting for myself. But considering Crystals 1 was dirty, 820 with a dirty Crystals 1 is solid. Now, looking at the map, I also kind of choked room 1 a little bit. It was like, I got really good spawns, just I dragged my fucking feet, so I lost like 10 seconds there. But I've never been good at room 1, so. You know, like, you like those crystals extra dirty, don't you? Please stop. You're gonna make me balance my chakras. That's what crystals people talk about, right? Yes, and auras? Cool. with your chakras. Could you? These chakras got him. Yes, you did. Well done. I think I'll do one more run. I forgot I'm on PP percent. BRB. Alright, it's a me. Okay, yeah, this was also without the grenade radius. I definitely prefer not being dependent on fish as my only scourge, like, out. I really like having this splash damage, because since I don't have arm steel, splash here, plus heavy rain works out better than just either depending on fish slap or action skill damage here would be low value, because I do already have max do harm and 2 Atman. I guess there's an argument for melee damage, but again, that just kind of benefits fish and like minimally impactful on Face Puncher. When I already have 4 No Mistakes in Nature and Finder Center. Just looking for little optimizations. Yeah. I don't think there's any more beneficial stats I could run here. It's like... Pestilence Nova doesn't get pistol damage, right? Pretty sure, no. Pistol damage is applied to bullets that have damage source pistol. So, not the Nova. Would get gun damage, but between power charges and driver, I feel like I have enough. The thought process, the reason why I'm questioning this here is because there's a couple instances where without all my buffs up, like, I'm just off of a kill. So having a tiny bit more damage on the Pestilence Nova and the spec would be good. Just figuring out which stat would provide that boost is weird. Like, gun damage is likely, considering I would have to be moving fast and have picked up boosters. But splash benefits so much of the kit that I'm like, back mom called. All good, I hope? I guess what I could do is try to get some kills with the EMP5 in my hand to stack up the kill stack gun damage. It's 25 seconds per stack, so... Yeah. That'd probably make enough of a difference. I just wouldn't want to get too much reload speed, because then the Pestilence reload gets awkward. So I guess I should actually be... doing that. Okay. That makes some sense. I'm bad at video games. can't believe I flubbed when I had the good spawn set here. 'Cause this is the jank one. I had pretty good RNG. Not perfect, but I had good movement there, so it worked. Easy single diadem, yes sir. That's unfortunate. Killed too much. I got too into it. Hey Don, how you doing? Wasn't bad. Black build looks very much like Amara. Yeah. Want to make a joke, wait for you to die first? I appreciate it. Like, in the game, or...? Yes, okay. Overshot that jump a little bit. Skill issue, but... Yeah, that was solid. Miss was not ideal. Why'd I run forward? That was actually fucking tragic. Alright, that's only like -5. +5. Lapse in focus. Those will get you. I guess this is an area where grenade radius helps a little bit in consistency. Like if my aim is bad, grenade radius will bail me out. Hi Dominic, how you doing? That's an ideal cycle. Out. Okay, 817. Yeah, that's not bad. Oh, bad aim. Really bad aim. Needed to aim higher there. That's very unfortunate. Okay. Epileptic warning kind of build? Yeah, something like that. That bit of fine, how are you? I can't complain too much. Just a nice chill kind of day, you know? But yeah, this build, if you ever want to know what Hikamara, like, takedown speedrunning looks like, it's this setup. You'll want to add an S on that to see the that'll link you to the community build stocks. This setup is not in there, but I can do an overview for you after the run if you are interested. That's actually really unfortunate positioning. Run, yes, please. Yeah, no problem. User error. Do I have enough enemies here? No, I'll just reset this. It's fine. I lost too much time on crystals anyway. Another one that's really base game friendly. Yeah, that's true, actually. There's nothing, other than the GA, there's no, I mean, Purple Tree is a big part of it, I guess, but you can still do it without Purple Tree. Yeah, the record is 1705 by me. The best run of today was, what, 1719, something like that? Figured Spiritual Driver, Plague, Face Puncher, Purple Skull Trude, Artifact Shields, Anointments. That's a good one, Moo. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that. Yeah. So, Pestilence with 150 over 90 assists you in getting those clean one-shots on things. It's worth noting the card damage of the Pestilence does matter. So you want X card damage. But you basically just break it and you constantly spam the Reload Nova. Face Puncher, it's optimal to have the 8 mag times 14, which is the least DPS for the actual melee portion itself, but we're not using it for that. We're using it to apply terror and also to deliver body and mind. Guardian Angel with astral projection damage, so we just whip that out whenever we're throwing fish or phase casting. EMP5 for movement speed. It's a toss-up between this and then running a kick charger to actually shoot the diadems, but having this movement speed for the sections where I'm just out of combat is a little bit faster. A red suit to have immunity to the radiation, driver to get movement speed, to get extra points in mindfulness for that purpose. Also for the gun damage to boost the Pestilence Nova. Also to self-corrode for Elemental Projector to boost action skill damage and body and mind damage. Fish Slap, triple link, because it is the most busted item in this entire game. With terror damage and fire rate, because that's a multiplier we otherwise have very little access to. The shield has ASE Rad, because Red Suit protects us from that, and it helps us build our mindfulness stacks. The MP5 has kill stack because this persists when holding other guns. Auto Idol is here for healing. We have no lifesteal, so we heal by killing. Consider Terror Cryo in the GA. I hadn't thought about it. Do you think that would be worth... Like... I could probably avoid fishing myself. As long as I do that. Probably more damage. But, like, the thing is, if I ever self-damage while holding it, then that gets... Yeah. Yeah. Also, this will still be at full capacity if I forget to re-up terror, which I often do. So we're kind of me-proofing Oh, but yeah, skill tree for you, Dominic. Since EchoCast doesn't show purple. This is what purple looks like. The rest should be visible in EchoCast. But... What's survivability like with Vic Rush? I've died to my own dot without the auto idle. If I slack on Samsara maintenance at all, then I can die in regular encounters, and without auto idle, the Sarahs during Crystals 2 are really hard to survive. Like, it's possible. And Vic Rush is definitely faster provided you're able to survive with it. It's just, it becomes an issue of your own dot becomes threatening, you know? Pass broken for me. Appears my account doesn't want to connect, but get the gist. Purple, blue, half green. Yeah, blue to Avatar. Skipping Alacrity, Transcend, and From Rest. Using Tandava. Red is just 1 Anima, 1 Infusion. I would like more Anima, but we just don't have the skill points. 1 Infusion is mandatory for Body and Mind builds. And then green is down to Find Your Center, Max Mindfulness. Every driver build, you should max Mindfulness. And Vigor is really good for speedruns, because that movement speed is per enemy. Stacks up to 99 times. If it has a limit at all. Stomach, stop it. But yeah, the stacks per enemy. So this is why Amara is faster than Zane in combat. Provided you can keep killing, she's faster. Mindfulness is just more speed, just more damage with driver. Exactly. It is simply more damage if you're benefiting from the damage aspect of driver, and even if you're not, more speed is always good. The option of Terror Health Regen on shield instead of AAC Rad and using Vic Rush. Probably net loss on Pestilence damage, net gain elsewhere. My concern with that is consistency and mindfulness stacking without having that AAC 50. Also burn both ends, self-stacking. I like the idea though. Terror Health Regen does make me thonk a little bit. Does Terror Health Regen roll on gun? Any chance? It's like, if it does, then regen on the EMP5 where a kill stack might not be a meme. The rules and everything, let me check. Okay. But yeah, for burn both ends. I mean, it's... I could go a non-burn both ends spec. And just shift those points over to get more fish damage. It's just then... the action skill and body and mind are going to pick up fewer kills. Like, I'm not worried about the effect on the Pestilence damage. Yeah. It's just... it's too good. It's a mini Ellie projector. The only downside of the burn both ends investment is, well, the two downsides. One, it is forcing me to have that ASC 50. But two, it does make enemies fucking hate you. Like, it's not kidding when it says it increases your aggro. Like, even in a solo environment, they go crazy trying to hit you. So that's why Crystals 2 can get so dirty sometimes, because burn both ends just makes them more aggressive. Health regen goes on everything. And what's the percentage per terror stack on that? Because I could... yeah, I could run that here. 468. That's not bad. That's still accurate. It's worth testing. Let me do a thing. Uno momento. We're gonna science. Oh, I have too many saves named this. Is it this one? Like heaven. You are a good boy. No, I'm not mad about the pee thing.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Can you do lifesteal, terror regen, weapon, and force slot? The thought process is to do an EMP5 with terror regen. Yeah. Definitely noticeable though. I also don't know if it's max or missing. Ooh, yeah, that could change the impact quite a bit. Like, the idea here is as long as I can keep it on, it could be enough to offset me not having auto idle. I just need to be more careful to keep Samsara and Terror up. But I think that's doable. Yeah, this says 468 as well. Heaven. Good boy. Yeah, this is the right one. Yeah, this is the right one. Not. Hang on. I gotta run that again. That goes there. I miss when I could mail myself shit. We're using auto idle with artifact director to use Vic Rush. Yeah, that's what we're discussing. Because Vic Rush is more movement speed and also more damage. Auto idle is just there for survivability. So if we can get alternate means of survival, then we don't need auto idle. So it would just be Vic Rush. I don't know why that's just not saving. That's weird. I guess we're doing it legit. Pain. Suffering. Hi, Jake. I don't have the Iridium for this. We got a cat there. We got a cat here. Why are you sneezing? Oh, there we go. That was fast. Drummer luck. Quick enough? Yeah. Yeah, I was worried about it, but no, we're good. We're good. But yeah, to answer your question, Dominic, I don't know if you were in ad jail at the time. Yeah, Vic Rush is the idea. A large percentage of our damage is action skill rather than melee, so elemental stones would not be good. Would even save it? Look how easy this stuff is. Okay, do I have a way to hurt myself like a little bit? Like just a little bit. Not really. I'll need to use actual enemies for this then. Default shift player has been killed. Yeah. Default shift player, the homie, rest in peace. Also, the editor I was using just didn't seem to actually save the item. That was weird. Yeah, sorry for the lights. This is the way to do this without using a low-level shield or finding enemies. So, yeah, I apologize. If you weren't convinced on the value of Expedite. That's immediately noticeable. Wonder what this sounds like to make Marcus to Marcus upstairs. Oh yeah, I can hold G8 to make that stronger. You're so right. Wait, no, why'd my... Oh, because I didn't actually successfully self-dot. Alright, let's go to Minos. We'll test there. Cat. Go do cat things. Jake used to be so shy, now he comes by every day. He does. I'm a fan of it too. Now that's with... I think that was just one stack of Samsara. Okay, this is pretty noticeable. That's like really good. That max regen? I think it might be, dude. Like, that is fast. Do I have that Vic Rush? I need to get myself... How am I gonna do that now? Ugh. Am I gonna have to do the cheat engine mem edit to get that? Ugh. Vic Rush for sure. Likely. See, this is gonna require me to have terror and stay on top of that. But like, that's a lot of regen. That's so much. See, BL3 is the gift that keeps on giving. It is hard to not learn something new every session. Mr. Sean, are you on the same page as me here? Please talk me out of it. Can you keep Bloody Harvest on for extra terror? Not under time trials rules, no. You can't? You can't talk me out of it? But why? I want to be talked out of it. Clarity's lost a bit of value for sure. I was thinking even spicier. So like, personal space is only applying to my ASC 50s. To my ASC 50 singular. They're gonna no idea what's going on. We've basically discovered that, the Terra health regen anoint is max health. So it's just fucking strong. Personal space sucks in this build, right? Like, that is just Terra health regen and 4 points of clarity. Now this is with, clarity after action skill pop. And this is without Samsara. We do have Samsara, and we are almost always going to have at least a Samsara stack. Yeah, because personal space isn't doing much in this spec. I think we do a little respect-a-roni. Now, I don't have the Vic Rush that justifies this right now. Because shift is broken. And farming a Vic Rush with these stats would take literal years. But we can at least do the spec. Can you save edit one? I tried twice that it just didn't stick in the inventory. I'll try again. Using Zax? Yeah. I'm gonna try 5 Clarity, 3 Root to Rise. Do I? No. No, because I don't like... 5 Root to Rise feels weird. I don't like it. My instincts are screaming at me not to. I have to. 5-2. May have been the degraded Terranite. Could have been. Could have been. I'll try again. Drop items to force inventory update. Does an arm seal do well with Pestilence Purple Tree? Yes, but it is a lower percentage of splash damage than the other splash damage skill we took, Heavy Rain. No, we can't take both, but there's other things I need in the tree. Samsara is more important than getting more arm steel. And we make up for not having arm steel's splash damage by taking that passive on our class mod. It's not diminishing returns, per se. It's diminishing value. Because we already have a lot of splash damage. See if it worked this time. If not, then I don't know what happened. It worked. Cool. I think maybe I was on the other copy of the save that has the exact same loadout in the exact same backpack. Yeah. Verify. Yeah. I gotta put that. Main request for BL3, another Jesper Kid music menu, please. the music in Borderlands, consistently good. Not familiar with the artists directly, but I know they do good work. Okay, here we go. Ellie Projector, Vic Rush. Need that. Spec is correct. That still looks fucking weird. Instead of Brutalize Clarity, or at least 3 points, still using Auto. I'm not, though. I'm using Vic Rush now. I was prepping to switch to Vic Rush. Like, as good as the Terror regen discovery is, I have no reason to do that over Auto Idle if I'm using Auto Idle. But the reason why it's good is it justifies me not using Auto Idle. Here's the wrinkle. I need to hit shots like that regularly enough to keep my regen on now. It's also my damage, so I should have been doing it in the first place. I'm just gonna build good habits. Corporeal crystals? What do you mean? Nice, people just hacking shit in because Xbox Gamer here gonna farm for that shit. Yeah, I've more than done my time farming items. I have no interest in doing that anymore at this point. So, I don't. Scary, 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 scary. slow, but testing. Casual perfect RNG. Action skill bug, poorly timed as always. Not ideal. Okay, so far. Crystals 2 is going to be the real test. Hey Vocal, how you doing? I kind of feel like I noticed the movement speed, and I don't like that. It was really good. So build get a chance? Absolutely. Definitely faster. It'll wear off soon, right? Yeah. Hey, Coffee, how are you? Okay, fastest pace of the day. Okay. Too much speed. I bounced off a rock. That was good, though. That was speedy? Yeah, that was a very good pace. Shelter day, got to see the kitties and cats. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. Sounds like you had an excellent day. Just have an anathema? Yeah, that's... For Amara standards, that's incredibly fast. Like, for Zane standards, that's kind of slow. Zanes are expecting to be in the 750s there, if I remember correctly. Black is expecting to be in the 750s as well. I don't know what Mo's pace at that point is. But low 8s for Amara is, like, incredibly good. Like, for a while, being sub 10 there on Amara was, like, top tier. Amara is by far the slowest character this takedown. So that's very noteworthy. Means I'm losing all my time in the second half. Other than the trash room one. But yeah, showing the build for you, Noah's Gray. Excellence, Face Puncher, Guardian Angel, EMP5, Red Suit, Fish Slap, Ellie Projector, Vic Rush, and Driver. Now there's very specific passives and annoyance on all of these. But the idea of the build is that we are spamming action skill damage. Pestilence Nova scales with gun damage, splash damage, action skill damage. It's obviously radiation, so we use a red suit to make ourselves immune to it, and we run around reload canceling it with our weapon swaps and our melee, and throwing fish and using our action skill. So we get these constant novas around us. Guardian Angels for stat sticking with throwing our fish and using our phase cast at long range. This Face Puncher here is delivering body and mind, and also Groundbreaker. And the EMP5 is what we hold for movement speed and health regen. Half green tree down to find your center, max mindfulness, and 2 points in vigor. Vigor is important for speedrunning because it stacks per kill. Doesn't tell you that, but any kill will give you a stack of vigor. And you can stack that once per enemy. So this is why Amara is the fastest character without glitches, provided you are in combat. Yes, faster than Zane. If we say no glitches. If we log glitches, then Mo's is faster than both of them. Purple Capstone is really good here because radiation is the most unfavorable element for armored enemies. However, Clear the Mind makes it neutral, while we still get the radiation bonus against shields. So, and it turns off the penalty for corrosive against flesh. So, corrosive action skill element plus a lot of radiation means we have awesome elemental matchup all the way through. Burn both ends gives us more damage for taking damage, which thanks to this anoint here, our driver and our pestilence are applying this, which is considered not our damage enough to the point where it can trigger and stack burn both ends. Is the soldier shield glitch for Moze? That's not exclusive to that shield. It's any shield effect that checks being full will stack if you let a stack of Phalanx Doctrine decay. So this is most commonly done with the Old God, actually. You get a triple Vagabond Old God. And for every single enemy you kill, as long as you don't take damage, if you let that stack wear off, that's another 21% movement speed. Which means as long as you don't get touched, Moze is the fastest character. You mean to ask, trying to make Grenade Moze build with Flare Cup and Light Speed, ASA 150 with Shield and Artifact to recommend. Artifact, I think you're looking at Victory Rush. Because Victory Rush can get grenade damage as a primary, which is very, very impactful there. And you can get, of course, another splash passive. You can get an elemental damage passive there. For the prefix, you could run your choice of like Snowdrift or Ellie Projector or Atom Bomb or Icebreaker too. All those are good there. You could even run Sparkplug if you want a close range damage option that doesn't kill you. Same with Hot Drop. For shield, it's going to depend on what you need. If you want more damage on the grenades, then you've got Old God, Mana Well, and Revolter, which Mana Well and Revolter will have varying levels of uptime depending on what your spec looks like, but they are options. If you're looking for overall utility, though, I would probably say that Frozen Heart is really good there, because you're already going to have a lot of splash radius. Max radius Frozen Heart covers like the entirety of slaughter maps. So it's a lot. And frozen enemies can't fight you. They're frozen. Also, Frozen Heart just does good damage. I've been enjoying Relic Hunter's Legend still. Loot the skills, the abilities. That sounds great. Anyone done Hot Drop Moze? Not in a while. I do kind of want to revisit it. Maybe we do more BL3 streams this week. Maybe. How do you learn builds to this degree? Fairly new to BL3, is currently running Flak crit build. Well, I put a lot of time into this game. I have getting close to 8,000 hours in this game. Somewhere around the 7,600 mark, something like that. I stopped counting a while ago. Also, for a large period of time, this is what I built my channel on. So, like, I kind of got put on the map by my Flak Theory crafting specifically, so I just kind of spent a lot of time talking builds and stuff with other people who are enthusiastic about that stuff. It comes with experience, Noah. That's the biggest thing. Nobody knows, like, a lot going in. And in fact, even someone with the ridiculous unhealthy playtime I have, I learned stuff today. We learned new things about stuff we've been using for years during the course of the stream today. There's always new stuff to learn with this game. So, feeling out of your depth is totally normal, I promise. Yeah, and learning from others, that's the big thing. Like, surrounding yourself with other people who are enthusiastic about learning this stuff is how you all bounce ideas off each other and you learn stuff. What I love about it, me too. He's in URAGA, Rad Old God right now with random purple artifact, AoE and grenade damage. That's honestly really good, Dominic. Like, realistically, the chances of you getting those two passives on a Vic Rush that has a beneficial prefix are so low that it's more likely you'll just be chilling with what you have than actually getting an upgrade. Because that purple's really good. Those two passives, yeah, that's really good. I want to get one more run in. If you'd like some inspiration, Noah, for various build crafting or information about you know, how certain character skills and synergies work, These links are very useful. They're the community builds compilations, created and maintained by theory crafters, people who really dig into the numbers and stuff. There's links to lots of stuff. Like if you want to know how a character's skill works, there's probably information on there. I personally contributed a lot to the Flak one. I have my fingers in all of them, but I can personally vouch for the Flak one being perhaps too much information. If you're looking for Amara stuff too, then not only do you have that doc there, but you have that website by our very own Mr. Stone Swan, who is literally the most knowledgeable Amara player alive. And in terms of YouTube content for build crafting stuff in this game, I would recommend Lazy Data. No recent uploads for BL3 stuff, because, you know, the game's been through its cycle and everything, but I would recommend Lazy Data the most out of YouTube build crafters. Second place would be Moxie. Moxie's very good. Moxie is awesome, because he's a big creator who bridges that gap between people who have no interest in theory crafting and the turbo nerd off-putting shit like me sitting here hitting reload cancel for 4 hours. So he inhabits a really important area of the YouTube build scene that nobody does that better than he does. If you say Splug 3 times in a mirror, any video game Quack appears and makes a Splug build possible. That's true. Did he kill all the others? No more? No. And VaultHunterHub.com is another great resources hub, of course. Also, Loot Lemon. We use Loot Lemon's skill tree planner for a lot. So if you want to know where an item comes from, Loot Lemon is great. I almost hit the kill box. Revs there, is that bad? I second guess myself every other run. I can never decide if getting revs there is bad or not. Like, I'm slightly behind, but that was my fault, not the Revenant's. Soccer, and I never found him bad or good here. Yeah, it just kind of seems to be a thing that happens. No direct impact. Hopefully I stuck around long enough next to that diadem. It appears that I did not. Skill issue. Hey, move face. Why are you mailing the air to her user tile? Yeah, so you know when sometimes you just, like, swallow wrong and you start coughing for no reason? Yeah, I took that personally. The air is my enemy. Hey Tony, how are you? Blood health regen. Okay, fast so far. That's not ideal. Yeah, I lost some time to that one not behaving. Quagging Sun's Abomination build. This is an action skill build. Using lots of outlets of action skill damage to fill in Amara having terrible cooldown. Like, why use something like Flak does, where you spam your Novus by hitting your action skill button, when you can just reload for your Novus? Because Amara can reload faster than Flak can hit the rack button. So she may as well play to her strength instead of doing something she can't do as well. Made an error there, but that's why we have backup strats. being a little more careful than I necessarily need to be with my movement. It's just I'm not used to having this amount. So safety is a little more important. I was 30 for no reason, but you know, 8-10 ain't bad. Oh, bad movement. Popped something that I didn't want to, but I'm on very good pace right now. Sorry, I'll answer questions after the run. This is excellent pace. Now here's the real test. I've gutted my survivability, so I need to, like, use passive health regen and aiming a gun to not die. I'm scared of the middle crystal. That was so dirty. Too much movement speed. Not bad. I would have liked to pop my action skill before hitting that ramp, but this is okay. First place Sandwich, similar build. First place is me with this build, but I've changed some of the gearing for it today. Okay. Solid. Thank you, Remnant AI cooperating. Holy. Not getting a kill there is awkward. I lost a couple seconds to that, but... Too much speed. That's good. That's very fortunate. I love the enemy pillars. They're very useful. Oz champ? This might tie it. Off by 2 seconds. That was really good. That was a good run. Or did I miss the broken recursion of Mara build? No, a lot of people enjoyed that. Ton of time saved, though there's a ton that was very, very fast. Right, like, there's stuff I did not play great. Both crystal sections could have been tighter. First room, of course, could have been tighter. The room post crystals one could have been substantially better. But there were a bunch of sections I was proud of. Yeah, no, that was a good run. Anathema Blood a little, it did, yeah. My cycling on most of them was not as perfect as it could have been, and then there was that one where I that 2 where I had to do the safety strats. Yeah. Sub 17 run coming soon. Unironically, maybe. Maybe, Dominic. I hadn't planned on grinding this out this week, but revamp of the build has improved my confidence for snatching up that time save. I still think that this has the potential to go to the low 16s, if not sub 16, because the boards right now, as it stands, Amara is substantially behind everyone else. Substantially. Zane's in the lead at 1534, followed by Flack at 1543, followed by Mose at 1554. And then Amara's all the way at 1705. Stupid ad, Joe. Sub 17, definitely possible. Likely this week. See what happens. Let me scroll up. This cat, he's a good boy. I'm waiting for ads to end. Okay. Loot Lemon saves in-game money. It do. I respect a lot. A lot going on here. Terra Driver GA stuff. Yeah, it's action skill stuff, Moveface. Every non-gun outlet except for ground slamming is involved here. Except for ground slamming and Nova shields. I could do Novas, but I prefer power charges. Basically, Pestilence is action skill damage and gun damage and splash damage. So we just pack a ton of formula into Pestilence Novas. We use Fish and GA for our long range stuff. We use Groundbreaker and Body and Mind delivered by Face Puncher. We have tools for all ranges. Does really big guns feed into Fire in the Skag Den and Big Surplus? No, it does not. Only regular action skill damage does, which is provided by Stainless Steel Bear Scorching RPM's class mod passive. Expanding on the first place, the same or similar build thing. First place for this takedown is me with this setup, obviously before the changes we made today. First through third place on Maliwan takedown are, first place is a variant of this setup that I made, run by Super. Super tweaked it and took first with it. Dr. 7, CZ47 is second place, and then I'm third place. So you can call this build the fastest Amara takedown build on record. Character looks like an eyesore. I see what you did there, Irish. Well done. Not the one of two. Hate it. I'm sorry. I'm faster. I'm proud of you. Here, Leighton Quadra was doing BO3 runs. Yeah, we had some good stuff today. Rapid fire. That time from that last run is 2 seconds off of record, and that was the first run with the tweaks to the build we've made today. So I have high hopes. Maybe a Maliwan run right now. I heavily dislike running Maliwan in comparison to Guardian, because as much as you're seeing me like talk about RNG spawns and patterns and you know, teleports, etc., Maliwan takedown is 1/5 the length of Guardian takedown, but with twice the RNG. It's just like, it really wears on your patience to run it for time trials purposes. Yeah, you've got barrels, you've got bugs, you've got boxes RNG, you've got Valkyrie's AI RNG, Valkyrie's spawn position for the ads RNG. You've got whether or not you get a double bridge. You've got the elements of the heavies at the end of the bridge. You've got which tower Wotan jumps to. Got all of that, while likely being in a position where you need perfect execution for double Valk skip. And then mechanically, the rest of the fight isn't, the rest of the takedown, excuse me, isn't too bad. Like, the most mechanical involvement is hitting Valk skip. And Vendor Crash, yeah. Gotta flip and love RNGI, yeah. Something we kind of mused on after a couple years of time trials is maybe we should have, like, considered a category with, I don't know, some sort of mod implemented to mitigate some of this RNG. Like, I know CZ made a no spawn delay mod that it makes it so any trickle spawns in the game just spawn instantly in the areas he touched, at least. But most notably, that does make boxes completely consistent. It's just, it affects the rest of the takedown too, so. And that would be a PC only category, so not something we ended up doing, but like 3 guys just shoot out a door. Yeah, they just appear. One thought I had during that run is it's possible that I can justify dropping one of these move speed passives and picking up action skill cooldown. Because the big downside of Driver that isn't being mitigated on this build, and in my opinion, the reason why Driver is actually balanced at all, is because you don't get a full shield. So you don't get topped off. So every Driver setup is thirstier for cooldown than most other Amara builds. Because if you're doing non-Driver, but you're doing self-damage, you're likely doing Golden Rule, which gives you cooldown. Berserker gives you cooldown. Even if you're doing self-damage stuff, you're getting cooldown. Driver does not give you cooldown. It takes away your biggest source of cooldown and gives you none back. So a cooldown passive could be good here. But counterpoint is, cooldown would sometimes maybe be helpful, whereas movement speed is almost always the most helpful thing in a speedrun. Almost always. I say almost because Flack and Zane are 9 seconds apart, 8 seconds apart for records for this category. However, Zane is substantially faster than Flack in movement speed at all points of the run. So movement speed is not everything when it comes to time trials clear rate. You can get to a point where movement speed does not help you anymore. Still net gain on speed with Vic Rush. For the sections of the takedown where Vic Rush is active, there are going to be stretches where it's not. Like a large chunk of the Anathema fight, and to be fair, I don't need it during the Anathema fight. Chunk of crystals too, but I don't need it there either. Yeah, I would have it for Creatures 1. They're badasses during Crystals 2. Oh, cool. Right, there are compliant ones. All the time except the 9/12 of the Anathema fight. Thank you for doing that fraction. That actually makes it easier for me to parse. Yeah, so Vic Rush is just really, really hard to argue against here. The big thing is, you saw how close I came to going down during Crystals 2. Like, that was scary. I was having to decide, like, on the fly, okay, do I want to use a Hyperion shield to block these bullets, or do I want to hold the EMP5 to heal? It was like, And this is where Face Punter and GA come in handy, because I can throw a fish and then ADS the GA, and I can just ADS while shooting the Face Puncher. Works out. Yeah, Crystals 2 is dirty because of that. The run as a whole is more cohesive if instead of EMP5 I did Kick Charger or Plasma Coil to shoot the diadems. That actually removes a lot of stress. But the problem is the EMP5 gives me movement speed during the sections where I don't have control over myself. So sliding down to Anathema, sliding down to Scourge, nothing benefits me as much as the EMP5 there. And on top of that, there are the sections of downtime, like running from Room 1 to Crystals 1, running from Anathema to Creatures 2, running from Crystals 2 to Scourge, where EMP5 does save you a few seconds. So it's tricky. I wonder if the Vic Rush move speed gives enough that I can justify not using that. That's something to think about. Yeah, it's definitely something to think about. Test which is better. Yeah. I'll do runs with each tomorrow, I think. Do runs with each tomorrow. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. I'm forcing myself to stop before we hit the 5-hour mark and I stop caring about time again. But thank you everybody for hanging out. I appreciate it. First time I've done BL3 stream in a while, but you know, it never gets old. We talked about some lands game systemic issues, did some speed running, did some shit posting. Always a good time. Yeah, I'll be live doing more of this tomorrow. He's doing the thing. D2H is just starting. He's still playing some Cyberpunk. Oh, Perix on. I haven't rated Perix in a while. We'll go over there. Oh yeah, side note. There's like a tiny chance that I just take a couple streams off like next week if I pick up Spider-Man 2. If I do it. I won't be streaming that because I don't have my setup configured to do that, but maybe I just play hooky and do that. I don't know. We'll see. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle. If not, that's okay. Have a good one.